Okay, good morning guys. Let me just remove the lovely lady from the screen. Not working on her today. Okay, so today I'm doing a client piece. This is Joe's Legionnaires. If you've seen the streams before, these are the three we've done so far. These are just the stock troopers. And next up we need to have the sergeant and the gunner. So there should be a unit of 5 of these guys once they're all done. Right, let me just get my chat with Joe up. Okay, let me just go and get my reference images and I'll show you what we've got to make. Okay, so here is the gun. Oh God, what's going on? I think I'm zooming in. That's the Instagram, the Pinterest thing. Okay, so this is the gun we're going to make. Let's just double check because there must be a second handle on it somewhere. He has given me other images, so let's just get those images. And when we get to do the sergeant after this guy, the sergeant has a slightly different helmet. It's got like a crest on it. Oh, Joe, you sent me so many messages. Okay, so it looks like here, this part here, we have like a handle that comes up and over. And on the other side we've got like an ammo box. Or actually this is going to have to be strapped over, isn't it? It's going to have to be a strap going over his shoulder so we can hold this at the back to aim it and then have the crank to power it. Hey Rich, how we doing, matey? Good morning, sir. Well, I think this is going to need some kind of tripod or something like that, because I can't imagine he's going to be able to hold this thing stable and crank it. So he's going to have one hand on this handle here to crank. We've obviously got a strap here, so there will be a strap over his shoulder, so maybe it will. I mean, they are power armoured suits, so maybe it has got stabilisers or something in there, but it's still going to be a bit of a tricky one to try and make it look, say, sensible. Maybe I have to put an inverted handle up on the top so we can grab that and then his arms braced against that bit. That's kind of going into the GW Terminator kind of territory then. So, oh, fingers crossed, mate. What's up? What happened, sir? Never fun when dogs aren't well, is it? Okay, so got a few things to think about here. So this is the pose Joe's given me. And again, you can see, I believe this is the hand on the crank. So this hand over here is holding some kind of handle or something. Oh dear, mate. I'm sorry to hear that, but fingers crossed, hopefully the drip does the job. I hope it's good news when you hear back. Ah, right, so she's an old girl, proper old girl then. So 14 is good for most dogs, isn't it? Okay. Right, let's get this build started. Because I can ponder over this for ages and not get anywhere with it, can't I, son? Okay, right, let's go for that's not even going to work, is it? I don't think I can even recycle any of the parts. So this is something you don't see me do an awful lot. So I'm taking the how to explain it. So there's a standard mesh like this in Zbrush which is editable using settings, and then when you press the Make Polymesh 3D button, it becomes a sculptable mesh. In its current state, this isn't sculptable. But whilst it's in this, what I can do is I can go 1, 2, 3. So there's 6 sides onto the thing. So if I go on the vertical divide here, no, totally the wrong one. So if I go horizontal divide and say 6, it turns it into that shape. So it becomes a hexagon, which is what I need for the barrel of this gun. So if I just take this hexagon now and go to Make Polymesh 3D, I then get a polymesh hexagon I can use in the model. Copy that. Let's go to my God. Let's just let Max know I'm on a stream. Okay, so we append my new hexagon shape. Got a drill barrel. Right, I'm not happy about that massive, great big section in the middle, so I'm going to put a kind of supporting ring in. It's not in the design, but I'm also sure Joe won't mind. Let's put one back here. Do another one here. And what that'll do is that'll just help to make sure these things don't fail when we're printing, but it will also kind of give them a sense of support. And also we probably do want something coming through the middle. So this will be like an axle for the thing to rotate on. That's going to be quite a deep ring by the look of that. And then there'll be another large ring kind of central there. And then that middle one, that's going to set the size for the rest of the barrel. So I need to pull that back to about there. So this will leave the mechanism open for the cogs. And then that is going to just extend backwards just a touch to there. And then we're going to get slightly larger. And then this bit at the back here basically resembles a cannon. Or the back of a cannon at least. There's the rough form of the gun. Then horizontally we're going to have these, well, there's a box in the middle, so let's just put that where it needs to be first. There's the box section in the middle. I need to duplicate that, but I only want to keep that. There is good. So, Rich, when are you expected to hear back from the vets? Okay, so I get a feeling this cylinder's going to annoy me now. Every time I try and drop one in, I seem to be putting the wrong cylinder in. before I do anything else on this, this end needs to be round, so I need to let's insert cylinder. Hey Max, how we doing, dude? It is, mate. It's like a big chain gun type thing. And how are you doing today, matey? It's a little bit of my work on the commission for Joe. So he's got his Legionnaires here, mate. Don't know if you remember these guys. Very nice, mate. How are they going? When you get any done, mate, when you've got a couple done, fire them over to me and I'll flash them up on screen and show them off. Where am I at? Here we go. Hector. Oh, Hector's a Dark Knight. Yeah, that's a good shout, to be fair. It feels fitting, doesn't it? I mean, I know he's the king and everything, but he's definitely got that Dark Knight vibe. Actually, no, let's not do that because that's too much detail. Part of what I'm doing here is having to rationalise some of the detail in there because there's quite a lot of, I'm going to call it excess detail. Like a lot of the detail that's on this model is more than is probably required. A melee attack that counts as magic. Oh right, so his attacks count as magical attacks, even though they're a melee attack. Well, he's got his magic sword, hasn't he? His Excalibur sword, or whatever we're calling it. I'd go with that. Oh, Christ. I mean, that's going to make him an absolute monster. But, like I said, he's the king. And he is, like, spoiler alert, he's going to become the big bad evil guy, isn't he? So, maybe we do that in the first season when we kind of make him a proper bad guy. We'll do version 2 of him where he gets his what do you call it, his godly manifestations and whatever else, and then I think we can definitely say, yeah, he has his superpowers. Because he does need to become an absolute fiend, doesn't he? So we need to start him out on par. So I think at the beginning, I think Corrado has got to be, if not his superior, then his equal. I kind of think superior, to be honest. I think the king wouldn't be necessarily focused so much on, you know, the combat as such. Although he's a prince, isn't he, at this point? So maybe he would be. But yeah, I think he should be less experienced than Corrado, so less powerful. Until he gets his manifestation. I think when his manifestation kicks in, then he's going to become an absolute. Well, he's a god then, isn't he? So. Is that the alternative one though? If he's if we do the Kingslayer one, we need to do Corrado as like a fallen knight, so we need to do him in a kind of, we need to give him like a kind of a tattered cloak, and you know, like he's trying to hide himself and disguise himself a little bit. So I know we're limiting the number of characters in the game, but I still think we can do alternative versions of them and get some cool stuff going on. Right, what am I doing now? Oh, don't forget to ask Alex, mate, about reworking Hector's sword. It's only a minor thing, but I really want to see that sword have like a kind of an actual guard. It feels really unfinished to me at the moment. Guys, if anybody else is on stream watching and listening to this, you're privy to some proper insider kind of game development discussions. So keep it hushed. Like it's not on the internet for everyone to see. Oh yeah, class change would be good. Yeah, we keep his kind of visual aesthetic, his head and that kind of stuff, but we can kind of rework him a touch and make him a bit different. I don't know, did you ever play Guardian Tales in the end? The mobile game I told you about. So there's a character in that who's your they're not great, but they're your first character when you start the game. So they're like your avatar, and they're just called knight. It's either male knight or female knight. The intention, I believe, is that you play as the female knight, because later on they bring back your hero as like a future knight. So she time travels back from the future, and your character at the beginning can use any weapon in the game whatsoever. But they obviously have an X weapon, which is their exclusive one, which they can do more powerful attacks with. And your character gets their exclusive weapon kind of by default as you expand your kind of your base. Alright. But yeah, the reason I mention it is the knight character that you use basically at some point in the future travels back and joins your party. So you have the current version as the knight, and you have this like future warrior version. And the future warrior comes back with a massive Gatling gun, like a laser Gatling gun. I'm not suggesting we should do that for Crystal Collapse because it's like a crazy thing, but it's just the whole idea about having multiple iterations of the same character, really. But oh shit. Well, they need more dice, do they, or? That's a screw up, innit? How have I managed that? I've mirrored the fight. I've mirrored the thing, and I've ended up with it being different. I must not have had the symmetry when I did the mask in the middle. Okay, so I need some cogs. If I get these Legionnaires finished today, mate, my plan is I'm going to jump on and get Lisa finished again. But I've only got till about 3 o'clock before I've got to kind of turn the stream off and go get dinner on the go, so I'll be streaming till about 3ish. Hey Riz, how are we doing, matey? Did you manage to get some good sleep the other night? Did your technique work? Target? Stagger, mate. I can't remember what you called it, mate. You were doing some. You were talking about some kind of like almost like meditation kind of thing, weren't you? That's the one. Did it help? I mean, I know you said like 6 hours, but 5 hours sleep, sorry, but I think I'm doing about 5 hours on average at the moment. 4 or 5. I have to say, I feel crap for it. So I think I got used to a lot less having kids. So obviously when they're a bit old, like now they're a bit older, it's not too bad. But we had Jacob, and then we had Willow. And just as we were starting to get back into good habits with Jacob, Willow arrived, and the sleeping took a dive again. Because you're up in the night, obviously doing all the feeds and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's probably the best part of about 6 years of really, really, really bad sleep. We're only just getting out the back of it. We're 2 years free of it, really, but it's just hard going. Oop. So, Rich, you got any plans to sort the sleep deprivation and all? I think our big one at the moment, the one that's really screwing me and the wife up, is we both fall asleep downstairs on the sofa. So like, typically what will happen, we get the kids to bed. Jacob's tending to go up, like some holidays now, he's going up about 9:30. Usually about 7:30, 8. Well, 8 say. And basically he's, by the time we take him up to bed and we get him settled down and stuff, we're probably in for another 20 minutes or so. So it's like 20 past 9, half 9 by the time we actually sit down for ourselves. And then there's days when we've not eaten with the kids, so we end up having to cook our dinner and we eat later. Which that's just bad. That's just bad form, do you know what I mean? But we'll watch a bit of TV, catch up on some programs and whatever, and then end up falling asleep on the sofa. And that really screws us up because we end up waking up at like 2 o'clock to go to bed. And obviously the problem then is that you're awake and then you've got to try and get back to sleep. But we do it so often now that even when we go to bed and fall asleep in bed, we're both waking up around about 2:30, 3 o'clock, which is the time we'd normally wake up on the sofa and go, right, come on, get up to bed. So we can't even, we've got this awful habit kind of ingrained in us now of just waking up at 3 o'clock for no reason, even if it's not required. So we really do, we were talking about last night, and we really need to sort our shit out. It's just not on, do you know what I mean? We can't keep doing that. And especially Hayley, you know what I mean? I'm alright. I kind of get by and I function, but she really suffers with it. Red lights? What's that supposed to do? Does that cancel out the blue light or something? Or? I later go to bed. Yeah, snap, mate. Hayley will fall asleep like 2 hours before me, and then we wake up at the same time. So by the time we were awake and everything else, I've had 2 hours less sleep than she has because I've ended up watching telly a bit later. See, if you made everything dark red, I wouldn't be able to see a thing. Like that's like my actual nightmare. That is. I can't actually see red light on its own. So like, if you've got red light on in a room, I'd walk in there and it'd just be pitch black. I wouldn't be able to see a thing. I'd just be walking into everything. So I was saying the other day, my mum, when I was a kid, bought me an alarm clock. I say this is down to me being colourblind. I can't actually see the red. So weirdly, I can see big blocks of red. So if something like is big and red, and it's taken up a fair bit of space on its own, I can see it. But like if it's just a tiny little bit of red, or it's a little bit of red writing on a black background, I can't see it. Or if it's, you know, one red word in a paragraph or a page of black text, I can't see that. And then a lot of the time I look at like darker reds, and they'll look either brown or black to me. So I used to do air cadets when I was a kid, and we used to have like these torches with different coloured lenses, and they used to tell us to use the red light when we were walking around at night because it's got a shorter wavelength. So if you didn't want to be spotted, you use the red light. It will illuminate the area in front of you, but you can't. It won't be visible from a longer distance. And that was a no-go for me. I couldn't do it. I might as well just walk around in the dark and not bother with a torch at all, which is what I ended up doing. But my mum bought me a radio alarm clock once, and it was a digital alarm clock, and it didn't have a display on the. I can never see a red digital display anyway. Not the LED ones. I can never see them. And it projected the time onto the wall in red light, and I just thought it was broken. It didn't work, but it wasn't broken. I just couldn't see it. So we ended up having to get like a CD player. One that had, this is how old I am. CD player alarm clock, which was like the size of a cooking pot, and put it had like a greeny blue display on it, and that worked all right then. CD players, man. Kids these days don't even know what they are, do they? No, reds on screen messed me up, mate. It's like this red arrow here. I can see this, but I really loathe this little corner. This little axis thing, right? This one I'm actually all right with. I can see the red when it's highlighted like that. So these bits here, but when I'm not highlighting it, that looks black to me. That does. When I hover over it, I can see that it's red. This one up here, I have to not look at that. I have to consciously ignore that because that colour combination, that level of brightness, virtually gives me migraines. So I ignore that corner of the screen because it's the bright green, the bright yellow, and the bright blue all together is like a massive no-no for me. It's like the only way I can explain it is like, you know, when you look at. Oh, can you? Can you change the colours of them? Can I change the colour of the axis? I've never thought of doing that. I'll have to look into that actually. It's a good idea. Let's have a quick check now actually. Preferences. Where would we find it? Colours. Can't see the reds in there anywhere. Cam view. I hate it when it does that. No, it just says cam view on and make cam view. Utilities. Nope. Miscellaneous. No. Gizmo maybe. What's this next gizmo? Oh, I can change gizmo style. I didn't know that was a thing. I'll stick with the original because I'm happy with that. Riz, do you see Max's comments there? In Germany, they make prostitutes turn on red lights to show that men can have fun there. Mostly in hotels, so pay attention to which room you use. You get some random dude knocking your door at night because you've got a red light lighting up your bedroom. I don't know, I'll have to have a look and see if that is a thing then, if that's something I can... Oh my god, that is hurting my eyes looking at that. That's better. Click next in cam view. Was there a next in cam view? I was changing the little thing in the corner. That's a little bit better. Let's try another one now. I wonder if I can load a custom one of them, or if I can create a custom one. That might actually do. I'll save that one for now. Cheers, Riz. You need an additional skill for an assassin. So you've got things like backstab and backstrike and things like that. How about like a shadow meld or something like that? Something where they can or disappear in plain sight, or smoke bombs maybe. Oh, smoke bombs, dude. He had the jump back skill before, didn't he? But if you give him a smoke bomb, it could be a similar kind of thing. Spawn allowed drunk. Anything for a distraction. I suppose it depends if you want them to be like very killy, or if you want them to be like ninja-y and evadey. I mean, he's a dual wielder, isn't he? He's got a knife in each hand, so maybe we give him because he's dual wielding, maybe we give him the option to re-roll missed hits or something like that, or re-roll a missed hit. It's a mirror and weld on the Z-axis, I think. Perfect. No, I think playing it before, I think that's a little bit overpowered because it can put you really close to an objective, but also when you dropped him in my deployment area, that was a major headache because it's so difficult to kill a character. So just for clarity on this, guys, the Crystal Collapse game, the way we've done it is it's not based on just murder and killing, so you're not just there to kill everybody on the table. The intention is we want the players to be focused more on actually achieving their objectives. So actually killing other players is quite tricky. We have this like stagger function in there, so once you kill a character, they go into like a staggered mode or struggle mode, where they end up with like it's easier to cause damage against them, and then they go through that twice, I think it is, before they actually die. So you remove them. You only remove them after they've been killed 3 times over. So once you've reduced them to 0 health, they get removed. They get placed like face down in a kind of a prone state, and then the next turn they come back with full health again. But you get a benefit. You get a bonus to kind of to hit them and stuff. So it's easier to cause damage successively. And after you've taken them out for the 3rd time, they're removed as a casualty. So we played a game where Max dropped an infiltrator, this assassin guy we're talking about. He dropped him pretty much in my deployment area, and I had all this intention of going and getting these crystals, but I couldn't kind of ignore this assassin who was in my deployment zone, and it ended up like, even though the intention was to go off and deal with these crystals and collect the keys and not deliver the objective, but kind of like actually kind of complete our objective, I ended up spending a lot of time and resource trying to deal with this assassin. So I think infiltration into the what do you call it? I think a kind of a sneak infiltration kind of skill is potentially a little bit overpowered. Not even overpowered. It's just disruptive. Actually, it wasn't overpowered because the assassin didn't do a lot, but he did cause a lot of disruption. And if he's in there every single turn, whoever's got the assassin, like the other player's going to lose on victory points because they're not going to be able to achieve the objective. So I think we need to just have a little look at that. You're going to reduce his health down. It might help. Could help, mate. We'll have to see. Can I show the full model? There we go. That's the thing so far. I'm just about to kind of gouge out this chunk here. So this will be a kind of a hollow, like D-shaped ring. I'm going to put the handle on the back. Let me just show you the concept sketch that I'm working on. There's the concept. And then the guys that they're going to be carrying this thing are these guys. Yeah, I did them a while back. So, I mean, I owe Joe a massive apology on these. I absolutely made a massive judgment error on them. So my original thinking was it's going to take me like 4 sessions. I think I planned in, and it's taken longer than 4 sessions. The actual initial design took longer than that, I think. So yeah, poor Joe's been waiting quite a while for these now, and he's watching my streams all the time, and I know he participates in the group chats, and he's always on the Discord and stuff. Mega complex, mate, and they're not what I normally do either. So like, because it's sci-fi, you haven't really got the kind of slack that you would have with fantasy stuff. The things need to be sharp and crisp, otherwise it doesn't look right. But we also had this added complication that Joe's designs are that they're so what's the word now? They're so complicated and so like detailed and stuff, but also the proportions were just completely out. So he designed these guys to be like massive, great big bulky Terminators, and he based a little bit of it on certain other characters from certain games. Let me just see if we can find. I can't remember who said it was now. That like the bulk and stuff was Khan from Paladins. So if I show you this, this is the character there. This is where some of the inspiration for these guys came from. So you can see we've got the big bulky shoulders, we've got like the big vents, we've got the massive great big chunky boots and the shin guards and stuff like that. The problem here is when you start trying to put a human in there, it doesn't work. And again, if I show you the original concept sketch, you'll see what I mean. Like, we've got the shoulders are like right over here, so the shoulder joints would be here and here. Like pretty much where these circular hubs are. That'd be where your shoulders are, but your head's here, so like what kind of human is going to fit into that? And then obviously you've got like the chest comes in, but whilst we're doing all of this massive bulk, there's got to be some kind of like movement in there. So there was a lot of iterative faffing around really, trying to actually get these done. And obviously when I'm working commissions, I kind of go, right, this month I've got X amount of space to work in, and I've got this many hours or this many days of free time to be able to kind of plan in commissions. So I'd done all of my stuff on that basis with Joe, and I said, like, you know, I'll factor in like 4 days for you. We'll have the base model done in a day, and then we can spend a couple of days posing and stuff. The base model took me like 4 days, so it was like, you know, I should have charged like 4 times the amount really, but it's and then it's been difficult to then try and find the time to, with all the other commissions coming in, and yeah, totally mate, totally. With all of the other stuff coming in, I've got like, you know, other commission work, I've got projects I've got to work on, I've got deadlines coming up for X, Y and Z. With all these other things, it's really difficult then to try and find the time to kind of work on them. So I've been doing dribs and drabs when I can, but obviously it's not kind of like concentrated effort on it, so it's really hard, and I feel really bad for Joe because like he's an ace guy. He's a, you know, as a client he's fantastic, really understanding, and I've kept him updated and I've showed him stuff, and I've explained the situation, and he understands where I'm at, which is, you know, a boon if I'm honest. So Joe, if you're watching, love you, dude. But yeah, I'm determined I'm going to get this bugger across the line now and finish it off, and we'll get him wrapped up. But this is the thing this is the side of it when people don't see, is like when something takes that extra long, that long. And normally I charge more for a concept where, sorry, a design where the concept's not provided. In this case, the having the design initially was like, yeah, that was cool, I'll work with that. And then once I realised as I'm sculpting it, the design's not practical, and I've got to redesign it, I end up spending all that extra time on there that I'd normally be charging for. So I'd normally be charging the clients like a design fee. So like, you know, if I'm charging £450 for a single sculpt, I'm adding £100 onto that for this extra kind of like, you know, the extra design phase. And I was having to go back and do this iterative kind of, you know, discussions with Joe and kind of explaining to him where the issues are with the design and how to resolve them, and back and forth and that, and the tweaks and alterations and things. All of those things, they take more time, which is why I normally charge more for it. But obviously in this case I haven't, because I'm like, well, I've priced it at this, so I'm going to do it for that. So it's not fair. It's not fair that, you know, I misjudged it and Joe suffers because you know, because I underestimated the amount of work involved. But I know for the future now. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So yeah, it's been a bit of a burner, this one has. Round off those edges on there. So I think so far on this one now, I did four sessions on the actual character, the actual initial design, and then probably another 2 sessions on it to get the weapons done and get the poses done for the first pass. So yeah, like I say, I'm well over my deadline on this by a lot, but it's also been an awful lot more work than I ever actually anticipated it was going to be. Oh yeah, Space Marines are easy, mate. Space Marines are so simple because I know they haven't got proper anatomy in terms of, like, you know, the actual body size and stuff like that, body shape, but you know, they're cookie cutter, aren't they? They've been refined and stylized over the years and stuff like that. So like, you've got pretty much every pose that you're ever going to need for a Space Marine's been made already. So all you've got to do is detail it, stick some extra bits on there, and again, even things like purity seals and you know, various different trims and stuff. I'm pretty certain would exist as, like, you know, stamps and tools and stuff that you can just plop on. It's like Games Workshop knocking out all these lieutenants and stuff like that. It's just the biggest insult to hobbyists ever. It's like, it's almost like they get a new guy in the studio or something like that, and it's like, right, we need to train you up. You've got to do a Marine. It's like an induction for a rite of passage for every new Games Workshop sculptor. But I think all their sculptors, they bring them out of the what do you call it, the painting studio, don't they? Well, that was a mess. Yeah, but the way they work, the way Games Workshop work with the things is they've realised now that the best miniature sculptors are painters, because they're painting the model, they understand the miniatures, but they also have no, in most cases, have no kind of like preconceived habits of sculpting or pre-existing sculpting styles. So they get them on the heavy metal team, and they'll train them up, and you know, people like Darren Latham as a prime example, train them up in like their, it's not even Zbrush, is it, what they use, Magic Sculpt I think it is, with the haptic stylus and everything else, and then they train them up in what they need to do, and then they're kind of like, right guys, get going, you know, do your thing. But they've done it. They've done it for a while then, but they've done it in their Games Workshop style, and that's what they've learned. So they haven't, like, you know, they haven't developed their own style like I have. They haven't. I mean, I was talking to them a while back when I first started doing digital sculpting on Patreon and whatever. Like the guy who was doing my casting, he went off to work at Games Workshop, and he basically said they're looking for design in-house sculptors. You know, are you interested? And I'm like, well, first off, I don't want to go to Nottingham every day, and secondly, what are you offering as a salary? He's like, well, you know, even though you've got like X number of experience, X amount of years of experience, then I don't think it was Magic Sculpt. Magic Sculpt is a putty, mate. I think it was. I think it's called Magic Form or something like that, But it uses this like mechanical haptic stylus, and it's about 11 grand for a license, so it's not even viable for most people, but it's what they use for doing like draft analysis and the plastic sculpting and stuff. So I'm not saying they never use ZBrush. Do you know what I mean? They might have some stuff done in ZBrush for like the resins and the Forge World type models, but for the most part, the plastics and stuff, they're all done with this haptic stylus, magic form, or whatever it's called, sculpting program. You may well have done, mate, but I know that they use this bespoke. It's not even bespoke. I looked into it years ago because I was looking at making some plastic models, and part of the cost is because of this haptic stylus that they use. So imagine it's like on an arm. Let me see if I can find it. Imagine it's on an arm. Looking at games design now, I guess. Miniature design. No, there's no sculpts on the Games Workshop website at the moment for miniatures design. Geomagic Touch. Geomagic Freeform, there you go. Let me just show you. So 22 grand, mate. 22,000 as a trainee, because they put me even with at the time nearly 20 years sculpting experience. And at least, I mean, this is going back to 2000. Yeah. So basically, you have this haptic stylus. It gives you kind of feedback on the surfaces, and as you move it around on the arm and sculpt all the thing in 3D, and then there's the actual software element of it. So you've got the stylus. The stylus itself is expensive. This is not a cheap bit of kit. And then they use the Geomagic Freeform software. And I remember, like, when I looked at it a long time ago now, it was something like 11 grand for a license or something for it. And it's just like ZBrush. You know, there's nothing really different about it. The only thing is it does use draft analysis for doing mold making. So you know, you can make sure that the things will go into a plastic mold, which is why they use it, I think, because it kind of removes a big chunk out of the design process that can go wrong, if you like. Right, let's I don't know how to do this now. I need to individually shrink these different objects, but But yeah, so 22 grand was the starting salary for a trainee. And I'm like, I'm not starting as a trainee. And they're like, oh yeah, but you don't know how to use the software and the systems and stuff, so we'd have to, the only thing they could offer was a trainee. And I'm like, well, it's no deal then, isn't it? Yeah, 22k, mate. Shocking, isn't it? Right, so I need to reduce this down to, let's go to 0.80. No, let's go smaller, 0.7. I think max was about 40 grand in the end. And I was like, you know, at the time I was doing about 7 grand a month on the Patreon. And I was like, yeah, I can't justify dropping, because the other thing as well, if you go and work for them, you can't do anything else. You can't work for anybody else. Any products you've made, like if I was decided like tomorrow I wanted to go and work for Games Workshop, I'd have to sell off my entire model range or just stop selling it. Which obviously, you know, is a big deal. I don't know, when Rob went to work for them as the Forge World manager, he had games he was working on. He had yeah, that's it, mate. And I say, if you're a painter, a miniature painter, and you want to get into it, then you know, it's a good opportunity for you, because it is a foot in the door. And they do teach you some skills, but they are going to teach you to sculpt in their style, which obviously, you know, you expect that. You know, they're going to obviously show you how to do it in their style, because they're going to want you to, you know, deliver their kind of like stock offering, if you like, but i.e. Space Marines. But the if you want to kind of, you know, do your own thing. I mean, I suppose it's good in terms of, you know, being able to make money, because you'll have learned their style, which means you can emulate it. So you get people out there now who are they've worked for Games Workshop, and they're producing stuff in the Games Workshop style for Games Workshop games. So you know, there are people out there who are, you know, making a living doing it. But like you say, if you've got your own style and stuff like that, it's not really going to be viable, I don't think, for most people. Yeah, exactly, mate, and that's what they're relying on, isn't it? They want that. People know Games Workshop, don't they? And that's what they want to kind of capitalise on, is that, you know, you're working for a company who you know, they're world renowned as what they do. So you build yourself up a reputation as an artist. Except, as we all know, Games Workshop don't credit the artists. So you kind of, on one hand, you kind of like going, yeah, this is this is going to be amazing. We're going to make a load of, get some reputation in the industry and become known of everything else. But you're just not the reality of it. I want to know, like, how many people have done that thing and walked away with Space Marine base meshes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Right, let's just save this. I'm going to take a little toilet break. Oh shit! Push my chair back into a printer. Awesome, guys. Don't go away anywhere. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay? Just sprint up to the house. Right. Be right back, guys. Don't go away. back now. Here we go. Oh, I know. There's a bunch of people, mate, who ex-GW who set up like stores. There's Patreon artists. And obviously the problem is if they release anything that's directly from GW, their art is going to be on the line. But it doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to have a little bit of help with things like the I can't say because I don't know the names. I just know I know people who are in the industry, and they've told me about specific people who are out there, but I'm crap with names and because I don't know the people. Even after they've told me the name, I'm like, okay, that doesn't help me because I don't know. Hey, Cream Pie Lars, how you doing? You're hiding. Okay, I'll just show you something that Max has sent me. So these are our character cards for Crystal Collapse. So we've got Corrado's done. So he's now got the rush skill, which, to be fair, the last time we used that in the game, that was beastly, that was. So basically he rushes up, he smashes you and sends you flying, and it knocks you back, and if he knocks you back into an enemy depends what the N word is, it'll be on my stream forever. Shit, that's hot. So I made another coffee while I was down the house, and it's a bit hotter than I was expecting it to be. Okay, so he's got the he smashes you back, knocks you backwards, and if he knocks you into a solid object or another character, then you take damage, and the character he knocks you into takes damage, and if he displaces you, oh, see, I've just had a hobnob as well. Can't beat a hobnob with a cuppa. Sorry, Riz. Actually, you can beat a hobnob because you can have a chocolate hobnob. You get that kind of stuff in Japan, mate. Like your bog standard. I mean, these aren't even proper ones. These are like the Aldi knockoffs, but I actually prefer the Aldi knockoffs to the proper hobnobs. There you go then. Feel free then, Cream Pie. Oh, your mum sends them to you. Lucky man. There you go. So, Corrado's other skill. It looks like Max has added the dice up here now, so we've got 2 dice, two attack dice for him, 2 attack dice for Lisa, 1 for Victoria, 2 for Joshua, 2 for Naggled, 1 for Fina, 2 for Hector, and 1 for, it's called Hannah now. Right, there's one thing I need to have a word with Max about here then, because I think we're unbalanced. Yeah, Victoria and Joshua fulfill the same slot on the chart. Joshua is on the opposite side to Victoria, and then Naggled is on the opposite side to Fina. And it looks like the Max, are you on stream still at the moment, mate? Who did the UI? Max did, I think. I mean, somebody may have done it in the first instance, but it's I think Max did it. It's not necessarily final yet, but this is the one. This is the working kind of copies we're going for. So we want that kind of Final Fantasy-esque look, the proper JRPG type thing. So we've gone for this like bluish menu with a white text. There was another version of the background actually that I think I preferred a little bit. I don't know if we've still got them or not. Yeah, I mean that was the plan. There was a little thing in the background before. There was a different background on it. There was a lighter background that I quite liked, but I do quite like this kind of diagonal stone kind of like slabbing look. Right. So he's got his rush and then he's got his bitter ends. Friendly character in area 2 around this character gets +1 fate card for their attacks, which basically just gives them. The fate card is like scored from values 2 to 4, so they're like lower end type things. We're using them for modifiers basically. So when you get your deck of cards, you take out all of the 2, 3s and 4s, and that becomes your fate deck. Lysara. So shield blow. So yes, we basically use as a shield basher. We just need to change that to shield bash. If it causes damage, the target gets the effect paralysis, which just stops them from moving and reorientating. So she can smack you down, and then you get stunned, and then it gives everybody the opportunity to get up behind you and get rear attacks on. Immovable object, so she can't be pushed. Oh no, gets +1 for defense now. Kind of think she should be immune to push back as well. I might suggest that to Max. The pixel version of the character, that one actually I did. They're just little JRPG character sets that Max picked up online. I think he bought them as an asset for games. And we've tweaked and customised them a little bit to kind of make them more fitting for what we're doing. But they're just to represent the different character classes. Victoria, cover you friendly character in area 3 and line of sight to this character who makes an attack gets +1 to their dice roll. No, it's literally just just a bit of extra art, but the like in game basically the characters are they serve a purpose. They have a function. And the function when it comes to like level up and progression in like a campaign, their character class is going to determine what kind of skills and abilities they've got available to them, and what kind of. I think we're having like an equipment loadout, so you can get equipment that gives you new skills and abilities as well. And obviously certain characters will only be able to equip certain equipment types. So we'll have the that'll be limited by your character class, but then at various points throughout the storyline, we're gonna do class changes on characters as well. So as the story progresses, for example, Karada may become it may go from being a knight to being like a. I think Max said freelancer earlier on stream when we were chatting about it. So he becomes like a freelancer. Which means he gets a wider range of skills and abilities, but they're more generic. She may go from being a paladin to being I don't know, like a judge or a cleric or something like that. She might go from being an archer to being a warrior. Max, is Max learning Zbrush? No. I'm doing all the Zbrushing, mate. So there we go. We got Joshua's a dragoon. Nagold is a black mage. Athena's a white mage. Hector Demaris, he's a dark knight. He's the king, but he's a dark knight. And then Hannah is an assassin. I think that's not final artwork yet. That's still work in progress. Hunt, character performs an attack. It counts as an ambush, and you may re-roll failed dice rolls. Yeah, works. Health 2, so they're going to be like a glass cannon. Hopefully, this one should be. Oh, sorry, mate. That went right over my head then. Yeah, it's a nice character. I need Alex to remove some of these like little bandage tassels and stuff though, because that's going to break me when I come to sculpt this model. They're just going to snap off all the time, so we're going to need to reduce it down. I don't mind one or two of them, but that volume of them is excessive. It's definitely going to be a crippling factor when we come to the thing. The other thing we got as well is the symbol up the top right. So this actually is the faction the character belongs to. So we've got the Kingdom of Ireland is the red shield. The blue shield is the Kingdom of Massalia. Green is the School of Magic. And I can't remember what they're called. They're like the druidy type people. The druidy type cat people, that one is. Oh, it might be mercenaries even. Could be mercenaries. No, it's got to be the cat people because this is a cat person as well. But nice job, Max. Nice job. Let's look forward to having a little play on that one. And back to the Gatling gun. Okay, so where am I at with this now? Okay, so it needs an ammo box on one side. Hey Rich. Oh, fantastic news, mate. One extra pill a day. Is she like a little old pensioner? Is she be like a little pill box full of medication? Let's just check that out. Awesome. Oh, that's great news though that she's doing well. Oh, the gun, mate, is for it's for a commission for Joe. So Joe is one of my customers. One of my clients. So I've done a few bits for Joe now, and sorry, I get sidetracked here. Give me a sec. Let me just show you the guys. You'll probably recognise them and remember them. What these dudes, mate? Remember them? This is their heavy gunner. Oh shit. Oh, that did that then. Yeah, broke it. I don't know what's going on with that. So I want to mirror this on. Oh, that's not even, that bloody head is not even in the right facing. What is going on with that? I'll sort yourself out, mate. What was it now? It's cam view. Why is this having such a problem? Show me it's on the right. Why does it give me a 3/4 view? Wow, this is just messed up, this is. Stupid bloody thing. No, I win. Turn it off. There we go. Ah, turd. So this is a really arse-about way of achieving what I've just done, I think. So I want the y-axis on that one. Oh, any ideas, Riz? Trying to figure out the best way of doing like a, you know, like a cross mark on this box. I imagine your other half of the attention is taking a little bit more of the brain power. Right, so I want a bit of sci-fi-age. Oh, just loads of sci-fi. If you go to badking.au, I think it is, they have all loads of these different like mech parts, mech brushes. So they do these like spider mech ones, which are pretty cool, but they're completely useless for what we actually need, what I'm actually using for miniatures, because they're all designed for like on-screen renders and stuff. So everything's like really thin, and yeah, you literally can't use it, but I use them for kind of inspiration more than anything else, because like you get those kind of what do you call it, you need a part that's going to fit somewhere, and I end up using the scroll through, looking at the things that are at the top of the here, and I know they're not relevant, but I'm thinking I can use a shape like that. That makes sense. So even without actually being able to use the actual things, they can still give me that little bit of a kind of a design steer to kind of actually incorporate things. But I'm trying to, I was sure there was one that had the bloody shape that I'm trying to use, so I was going to kind of see if I could extract it from there, but no, not even extract it from the IMM. It's actually not even worth trying to do that, because in a lot of cases they've got such thin walls. If you tried to do that, you'd spend so long trying to edit and correct the part. You're far better off just create it from scratch. but just using it as a visual guide, a visual reference. Oh, turds. Why didn't I just do that at the beginning? For non-commercial 3D printing. But I don't understand. Yeah, that makes no sense. So one, maybe use royalty free for personal or commercial use. For non-commercial 3D printing, it's like literally is within there as a. But I don't understand here how and where they think 3D printing commercially is any different to any other commercial use. I totally get and understand don't distribute the files. Thumbs up all round for that. I mean, possibly, but I would argue the minute you start altering and tweaking anything you get off that site, it's no longer the original work, is it? And it obviously depends how much of the work is visible in the end product. Oh, cheers for the resub, Rick. I call you Rick, man. It's Rick and Smith. Rich. That rustling you can hear is just me unwrapping my peanut butter sandwich for lunch. No. Duplicate. Mirror. What's weird about peanut butter, man? And jam sandwich? What's wrong with a jam sandwich? Lemon curd I had the other day. Forgot how nice that was. Just jealous because you haven't had one in ages. silly question. Is it difficult to get things like jam and stuff like that in Japan? You know, like your usual kind of stuff you'd find in like British supermarkets. Because I've seen things like wasabi Kit Kats and things like that, which I'm massively intrigued by. Can't lie. Do love a bit of wasabi. There's this wicked fair dues. There's this wicked channel I follow on Instagram. I think it's Instagram, and it's this really kind of like, I don't even know how to explain it, man. It's like this really endearing Japanese guy. He's just so kind of like, his acting's bloody awful. He does all these things about like weird things in Japan, kind of type videos. It tells you about all like the Japanese snacks and things, and there was this thing he picked up, and I don't know if you've ever tried it, mate, but it was it's like fermented. I want to say it's fermented soybeans in a tub. Looks like a yogurt pot, and you have to stir it like 100 times or 200 times before you eat it, or something like that. And it goes all like stringy, and yeah, that was it. Do you? Is it like anything I'd have reference for, or is it something that's completely just that's just Japanese? It's just that there is nothing like it. Oh, let me just mute you guys. I've got the wife calling. Sorry, guys. No, really, I was still working, but I was chatting to the wife. She's just saying, Willow's just walking around the farm, and then kind of she just noticed that like her nose was pouring with blood, and she hadn't even realised. So she was like, she's got it all over. She's wearing this like blue and white top that's just now completely like blood stained, like some kind of like murder scene or something. But yeah, carried on with the sculpting before I'd finished the chat. Mate, your comment about the eating natto every day, but you can't stand it thing because it tastes like a pirate's gangrene foot. That had me creasing. I had to try and explain that to the wife then. It's just it is just fermented soybeans, isn't it? Ah, you've done it again. So they love their fermented stuff, don't they? Have you found a flavour then that makes it a little bit more palatable? Which one do you go for? The smallest one possible. See, this whole thing's alien to me, mate. I've only seen this guy on Instagram, like with him, but I'll try to find a channel. You can have a little look. See, and I say it just makes me laugh. I love watching the guy because he's just. I think it's called Inside Japan, but. Okura, what's that? No, not Japan travel. Is it Inside Japan? Oh, okra. Dive into Japan. It's called, mate. The channel. It's this guy. Look. This is it. Random. I don't even want to ask about that last one, mate. This is it. Things that make sense in Japan and random things in Japan. And he goes through all these like weird Japanese sweets and like he buys all this like odd stuff from like vending machines and like sits and shows you. And they look so alien to what we're used to in the UK. Like all of this stuff is just. Do you know what I mean? Like. I mean, I don't know if you know what all these things are, if you've tried them all and whatever, but there you go. There's your stuff in it. There's your natto. It's pedestrian, isn't it, in comparison? But yeah, check them out. Dive into Japan on Instagram. I was like, I just love this guy's, like, when you see him like doing his acting and stuff. He's like, he's so hammy and cheesy, but you just can't help but love him. It's the videos with this skinny guy are the best. There's a girl on it as well, but I think she speaks better English, and it's not so funny then. Like, he's one of the things I love with him is it reminds me of when I used to work with the Japanese guys at my last company, and they've got like really bad broken English, and the way they phrase things is just amazing sometimes. And you get it with him, like when you watch him, he'll say something, and the wording he uses and the combination of words he uses to explain something makes perfect sense, but it's completely wrong and hilarious. So have a little look. Shirako, what's that one? Or Shirako? Well, I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with this guy, because he needs a is a what? Oh mate, you're a braver man than me. I think that'd turn my stomach. Like I'm normally not too bad with the whole like foreign food type thing, so I always kind of go, you know what, yeah, I'll you know, if I go away anywhere, I'm gonna try the local stuff. I'm not gonna stick to like, you know, burger and chips or whatever, just for the sake of, you know, sticking with something I'm comfortable with. I'll try something a little bit different. And it's funny, I know. So I love watching him because he just makes me laugh. But yeah, the okay, let's just get that in place. Yeah, the whole thing with like foreign food and stuff. So we went to, I mean, years back. Me and Hayley haven't been away on holiday together abroad in about 12 years. We've gone away in the UK instead. So we went to Fuerteventura, and we went to like some of like the little Spanish restaurants and stuff rather than the Englishy type ones. And for the most part, what we had was quite nice. And we went to this Spanish tapas place the one day. We'd found it, and it looked like quite a nice little tapas place. And we were kind of like, oh, let's go and have some proper tapas. And oh man, it was inedible. It was rank, if I'm honest. So we had these sardines, I think they were sardines, and they were just like barbecue, but they were just whole fish. And it's like, how'd you get any meat out of that? You know what I mean? It was just absolutely disgusting. And then there was this bowl of, I'd say it's like pickled octopus or something like that. It's like a cold, vinegary, chewy octopus. And it was as unpleasant as it sounds. Well, I don't mind things like calamari and stuff like that, but like with the octopus, it was like big fat chunks of like like inch squared kind of like octopus chunk, and it was like obviously tentacle like, but it had all the suckers and the skin and everything on, and it was just like a massive, great big, just like too much really. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like too chewy to kind of deal with. Like, oh mate, I watched a thing about octopus the other day, and it's completely changed my view of the things. Intelligent doesn't even begin to cut the mustard with them. There are bloody alien overlords, those things are. Like, one day octopus will take over the world, or octopi will take over the world, or something like that. I've had them, yeah. Octopus balls aren't bad. But it was the presentation of this one. It was because it was freezing cold, but it was like rubber. So it was the texture of it more than what it was. If that makes sense. And then we had these bloody God, what do we call it now? Yeah, the sardines. It was like the bones in them are just like, it's like hair. It's so thin, so fine. But they were just like, there's like no meat on them or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? It was just like a bony, it was like a hairy turd wrapped in silver foil. But yeah, it just wasn't nice. And then like, obviously since that I've seen things like Carl Pilkington, Idiot Abroad. You see him go off to like China, and like the things he's eating there. And I'm like, normally I'd have said I'd be alright for most like Chinese things. But when you see them eating like chicken's feet, and there's the Carl Pilkington anywhere was funny. Do you know what I mean? He's just a hilarious bloke when it comes to travel. But yeah, the the fertilised chicken eggs with the chicken fetuses and stuff. That was just a wrong, and that was. You got these guys sitting there, like I think it was his bus driver or something on the one episode. Picks up this this egg this egg, cracks it open, and then there's the I don't know, could be, mate. There's the fertilized chicken fetus in the egg, and like completely raw, just starts chowing down on it. It's like, ugh. Can't be doing that. I'll say I'm open to like, you know, not sticking with like, you know, just traditional boring English type stuff, but there's got to be a kind of a point when you say, no, enough's enough now. What are you sending me, Riz? What was your favourite food, Max? The unfertilised chicken? Or the natto? Oh mate, that's just a no. That is. I'm not even showing that on screen. That's just disgusting. But like, what gets me is I understand in some parts of China and whatever there's like massive amounts of population and there's more people to feed than you can kind of reasonably kind of, you know, provide for necessarily. For God's sake, there's got to be better things to eat. There's got to be. I mean, anything's better than that. Bear Grylls eating that if he's surviving in the jungle, or what's his name, Ed Stafford or something like that. Go for it, mate. You chow down on that, you know, that bird egg. Go for it. But like, people who aren't starving choosing to eat that, I think it's just weird. Unless you're just completely desensitized to any kind of like weird shit, basically. You know what I mean? That's all I can put it down to. Complete and utter desensitization to the kind of the horrible stuff. See, my favourite food is Thai. I like Thai food, I do. So I always think it's like Chinese food, but I always think with Chinese, what's the word now? Japanese food too. I do love the kind of stuff you get in Japanese restaurants here. You know, the donburi bowls and the sushi and the bento boxes and all those kind of things. All that kind of cool stuff we get here, I'm a fan of. I do like it. But I would probably still choose Thai. Just because I prefer it. I like the freshness that comes with Japanese and Thai food. Well, the katsu curry is basically like a Chinese curry. We actually we had a katsu curry recently, and it was only when I ate the katsu curry I was like, this is chip shop curry sauce. It's like the curry sauce you get in an English chip shop. Ramen's my favourite. I've started. Haley keeps taking the piss out of me now because like. She'll be like, oh, what are you having for lunch? I'm going to have jacket potato and cheese for my lunch. What are you having for yours? And I'm like, oh, I'll just have a bowl of noodles. So I'll go and get like a bowl of noodles. I'll go get the noodles out and I'll cook the noodles up. And then I'll be adding in like, I know, I'm just talking like, you know, cheap ass supermarket 50p ramen noodles. You know, nothing special. So I'll cook them up. Get the I tend to buy like the ones with like a spicy kind of. Like a spicy broth, and I'll make them up, and I'll add like I'll boil an egg. I'd put a soft boiled egg with it, you know, a little bit of fried beef or some prawns or something if we've got whatever we've got. Like, you know, I'll do get those kind of things, and a few sliced mushrooms, some half tomatoes, some spring onions. And I'll kind of do this thing, and she'll walk in, she'll look at a jacket potato, and she'll be like, "You posh bastard! I thought you said you were having noodles." Well, like I am, I've just put some extra stuff in it. So how come you always make yourself nice noodles? I'm like, because I ask you if you want them, you say no. How are we doing anyway, Max? Max, I've got some... No, I did have some feedback on Crystal Collapse cards that you sent over. I looked at them on the thing and I can't remember what it was I was saying now. That's really annoying. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It's a really nice way of mixing up the old... What's that? What's Nicky Jagger? Trying to find the ingredients for stuff like that here is the most difficult bit, I think. Ah, pork. Oh yeah, that sounds nice. Yeah, I do like the I do like a nice bit of Japanese pork belly actually. There's a Japanese restaurant in our town centre, in Solihull. That's like relatively recent, I think. But the food there is beautiful. It really is nice. And we went there with some friends a while back. I say a while back. It wasn't that long ago. But yeah, we went with some friends. It was really nice. We had a lovely time. And I had a noodle bowl, a ramen bowl, with like Japanese pork belly, and oh my god, it was absolutely amazing. But I could have eaten it like 4 times over. Bonita, is that Ben? Is that the fish flakes? That like, it's like dried tuna or something. Is it that? Is it? Is that one thing? Is that one I'm thinking of? Or am I thinking of something completely different? Max, you there, mate? I don't know if you've seen it. Riz has got a question for you. Asking you where you lived in Japan. Where do you live, Riz? Are you in Tokyo? So I still think it's mad that you're sitting here on my stream in Tokyo, and yet we went to the same school. Crazy, isn't it? What's happened to my music? Where's my lo-fi chill beats? So what keeps doing that? My sound card just seems cut out randomly here. It is mad, isn't it? Right, I think this bit here needs to be a grab handle. I'm seeing this now and I'm thinking this bit is going to prop into the guy's leg. He's going to hold the handle at the top and hold it into his waist. So this handle we're seeing on the back here, I'm almost tempted to make that into less of a handle and more of a, because if that was on a mount on a vehicle, I think it would work better with this handle at the back. Well, see, as long as you're delivering the goods for the customer, it doesn't matter when you do it, does it? Unless you've specifically got to be in meetings or whatever with them. But yeah, what I'm thinking is, I think that needs to be almost like a pad. I think I might actually leave that whole handle off. And just use it to be propped into his hip with the round end, because I think that'd be more comfortable actually kind of shooting. It's that, or I'm going to end up adding like a tripod or a bipod or something to it to kind of give it some actual stability. Oops, totally got that wrong, didn't I? So not completely the wrong way. Do you know what? I'll take it this time. I think I'm actually almost done here. Mate, if you want to jump in Discord and stream there, you do. Feel free, mate. It's just a space to just chill in, basically. Yeah, absolutely. Get in there. If anybody wants to join you and have a chat, do it. If I'm about, I will. So yeah, there's a chat channel. Feel free to use it. I mean, honestly, if there's anything you want to post up there, or you know, if you want to use the Discord channel, if it gets the Discord busy and helps kind of you know, propagate conversations and stuff like that, then it's all good. And as far as like hosting and stuff goes, I'm completely happy for you to, you know, to use the chat facilities there and all the other good stuff. So yeah, feel free, mate. No worries. Right, let's save this, call that done. Let's just send Joe a few renders. Do you know what? I just realised it needs nothing mega, but this model is like super rivet heavy. If I don't rivet the shit out of this box, then it just feels wrong. It doesn't feel thematic. Oh my god, it's got some symmetry on that I didn't realise I had. And now I've got some floating rivets. No, you're right, mate. Hands I find more frustrating. Feet aren't great, but hands are just annoying. Sculpting them, not so much, but posing, posing hands is just like just a burden. was an arsehole of a thing to do, wasn't it? It does help, to be fair. Hamakwaya, Gregor, Samson. Funny videos. Over on YouTube. So basically, I am a professional miniature sculptor, and this is a commission piece for a client, which is it's kind of a steampunk World War II. Kind of sci-fi trooper, if you like, I suppose. It's quite difficult to kind of explain it because I haven't really got the context of the setting that they're designing for. I just got the sketch and the brief. He's supposed to be about the same size as a Space Marine Terminator, so he's a big boy. This one is. Now, I don't know if that's Primaris Terminator or if that's just like, you know, Space Marine Terminator. But Hamakwaya, how are you doing today? Are you arsehole? I see when that happens. Put that back and that back. The star can go. Let's just delete that. That was just a placeholder. Got to get rid of this gun now. And all the rivets. Apologies guys, this does not make for thrilling viewing. And I cannot tell you how much I had to fight back using the phrase riveting. But so that's just my go-to instinct all the time, is these like daft puns and stuff, and I don't even mean to do it sometimes, I just end up doing it. It absolutely is. It is a lot of work. I'm doing alright. I'm just trying not to get... Like, at the moment, every part of me wants to just park this and move on to something else for a little bit. I really want to get this one finished. So I've got the models for Crystal Collapse that I'm working on at the moment, and I need to get that done. Sharpish so we can get the game kind of promoted. We actually set the Kickstarter page up for it yesterday actually. it's not on preview or anything yet. It's still got a little bit of extra work to do to kind of push it across the line, but the Kickstarter page for Crystal Collapse is getting built, so no. So what brings you here today, Hamaquail? I keep having to think about your name. You a miniature enthusiast? Are you just killing a bit of time? Sculptor? We've got another sculptor over on Twitch with us at the moment who's just sat in Japan keeping us company, aren't you, Riz? Hooray! Let's delete that. Yeah, I know. I do indeed. I haven't spotted Bunker around today, actually. I have to check in with him in a bit, make sure he's alright. But then it's summer holidays and he's got kids, so he could be off having a little bit of a jolly and stuff, so hopefully. Oh, my ass is going to sleep. I know. Some people have just got no dedication. Yeah, yesterday's one was bizarre, man. The thing I was sculpting, I can't even talk about what I was sculpting, but it's so not what I do. It's just so weird for me to be doing stuff like this. You have no idea. No, not furries. Furries would probably be more what's the word? Like I do sculpt like lycanthropes and stuff like that, so furries wouldn't necessarily be a million miles away. Maybe I'll show you later, Riz. Hang on a sec. It's just honestly, I'll send this to you, Riz, and you're gonna go, what? don't mention in the chat what it is, because I can't talk about it. But if it does, you're weird. Are you even in my? Oh yeah, you got. I was trying to find your name in my chat, but you got that the one with the weird lines, dots and dashes, haven't you? Yeah, see what I mean? Totally not my usual thing. So the thing I've just showed you there, I've got like another 5 or 6 of them to make. So yesterday it was kind of like, we need them like last week. And I was like, I only got the order last week, so I'm going to try and fit these things in. But yeah, it'll be an interesting one. It should be coming out around about Christmas time, I think. So hopefully I'll be able to kind of showcase it a little bit more. It's not my product. It's a commission piece, but by the time we get to Christmas, it should have hit the shelves. It should be in general release, or at least that's the plan. That's why the production guys got onto me yesterday, and they were like, "We need this like last week." I'm like, "Yeah, no worries." But yeah, not my bag of tricks usually at all. But also, didn't want to say no to the customer. Some customers I would. Some customers need to be told no. Yeah, I think it's one of those. It's one of those things that, you know, the people are going to want that for their kids for Christmas, aren't they? So, I think it's going to be a popular product when he drops it. I didn't clock it, mate. I think you're fine. Yeah, so it's nothing to do with miniatures, so is all I'll say. But you know when you do something on a commission, you think, oh shit, I wish I had that idea. It's one of them. Yeah. Well, the thing I've just been making on stream before you joined, Ham, was I say it was this big, this big Gatling gun. So I made the other guy on a previous stream. Again, this is a bit of client work, so did this on a previous stream, and then this one is like the heavy gunner for them. So yeah, I've just got to get the hand reposed. Where's that bloody rivet come from? You like doing what? Cosplay stuff? Do you know that's something I've never done? I've never dabbled in like actual costume bits. Cool. I've had a another one which is a real random request. It's actually not a million miles away from this particular one, if I'm honest. Yeah, I had a really random one just before. I say just before. It's not before anything. It's quite a long-standing thing, but I've not managed to get around to doing it because it's a weird one. It's not a paying gig. It's one of them. Sometimes like trying to find the time. Some of the ones will pay you in different ways, and this is one of those. I really want to kind of get it done, but it's trying to find the time to justify spending the time on it. I don't even know how I'm going to pose this. I'm going to try and get both his arms to come into. Yeah. Slice them in. I slice them up in Zbrushes and like chopping them up into pieces. Those are like cuts and booleans and all that kind of business, and then putting keys and things in. It's never fun now, is it? Do you know what I hate more than slicing them though? Is hollowing them. Hollowing the stuff out. Like I'm doing some terrain for futsal miniatures, and it all needs to be hollowed because it's stuff that they're going to be 3D printing for customers, but they're going to be printing it in resin. So yeah, it's the whole thing. Once I've sculpted and it's all been approved, I don't have to go back through before I can just like export it. I have to go and put it in the bloody 1 second, mate. Yeah, I need to go and put the whole thing into the... Oh, shit. How's this going to work? God, remind me to say no to jobs like this next time. A point, I can't, mate. It's the So basically, with this one, it's a massive Gatling gun. It's got to be propped into his side from the back. He's holding it by the handle on the top, and it's got a big crank handle on the sides. It's a customer's, a client design. So I can't really mess with that, if that makes sense. You're on Twitch anyway, dude. I thought you'd migrated over to YouTube now. This is doing my head in. Oh, I've got to change the head's direction yet. This is a model I made previously posed like that with a different gun. So I'm using, because he's already got the legs kind of in a move pose, and it's quite, because they're quite bulky and quite cumbersome, it's quite tricky to actually try and get these things posed up. So I'm shortcutting that in the first instance just to get me a starting point. Okay, let's try. Let's try that. Let's get that hand and pop that into position. So dude's YouTube working out right now? Yeah, I know, mate. But do you know what? His hands aren't even his hands in this. His hands are inside. These are kind of like wrist extenders, I think we determined, because it wasn't going to work without them. He's got like gorilla arms, this guy has. There we go. That'll work. Ish. What I need to do now, I think, is change his head round. Oh, fair play. How'd that one come about? Were they just putting shouts out in the community asking for people, or did you have like an inside lead with them? Bloody shoulder pads. Fair play, mate. Getting noticed, that's good. I think that shoulder pad can just about stay where it is. Right, I think I need to rotate his body. Do you reckon it's the feet, is it? What, the other foot should be forward? foot that the foot that the gun's near needs to be at the rear, and the other one forward. The gun needs to be here. Okay, let's try that. Oh, you fucker. Shit. Duplicate mirror. On Facebook, let's go and have a look. I see where you're going. Yeah. Cheers for that, dude. Yeah, that makes sense. Cheers, dude. So let's... Where bloody hell are these little scabby bits from? Oh, they are on his body. Rage quit this in a minute. You know when something's just not going as you want it to. The problem is, I know what you're saying, Pointy, and I want it doing that, but then I've got this crank handle which is so close to his body that it's not actually going to work. Yeah, I can put a twist in the body. I've just got to move all the shoulders and stuff with it. Can I twist the body so that the gun is parallel to the forward foot? As in the direction the foot's facing? Like that? if I'm going to twist the body, I need to put the arms on. Let's just mirror that one a second. little bit of foot on rock. Just in case I decide it looks shit and I want to revert back, I'm going to just copy that tool first. A little bit of contingency. There we go, fairly happy with that now. Thanks for the steering pointer, much appreciated. Oh, arsehole. Jeez. So you've been painting anything nice recently, Pointer? You got onto a bit of Shatterpoint yet? Ah, nice. What are you doing Golden Demon wise? Can you talk about that? Or is it a hush hush secret? Nice one. How are you feeling about it? I mean, are you confident with them, or are you just kind of throwing them together just because you want to throw your hat in the ring kind of thing? Or I don't even know what the competition scene's like now. Is it still being like annihilated by the same like half dozen people? Oh, fingers crossed for you, mate. I know you got the skills for it. It's just the opportunity, isn't it? So I still think there's like in the past they've known whose entries were whose. There's so many good things going in there, and then it's the same people that keep winning stuff. It seems too coincidental. Do you know what I mean? Keep the rocks simple. What's that? The last two swords have been outstanding. The first one out of lockdown was a guy who doesn't use social media. This year's was one done by Alberto Moretto. Do you know, I didn't actually follow any of the Games Day stuff from this last year. I just saw loads of people complaining about the actual event itself being a bit of a shambolic kind of mess. Let's lock this bitch in. Well, I have to say, that was a painful sculpt, but we made it. Pointy, again, thank you for your help on that one, because that has like absolutely crippled my brain trying to figure that one out. Finally, mate. Just glad to see the back of the bugger. Let's send that to... There he is. Right, so the final one. Ah. Yeah, man, I see what you mean about the Golden Demon Slayer Sword winner. It's a bit epic, isn't it? If you haven't seen it, guys, there we go. That was the entrant that won the Slayer Sword at the Golden Demon competition this year. Right. Got half an hour before I need to knock off the stream and then go start getting dinner on. Got a gammon joint to cook today. Get the oven fired up, get it preheated, get the gammon cooking, and then hopefully when Haley gets back with the kids from the farm, have a nice bit of dinner ready. Do it, dude. Get your biscuits too. Right, let's crack on and try and do the sergeant. Okay, let me just get his reference up for the sergeant's pose. I think it's a fairly straightforward pointy one with a gun. I think he's holding the pistol rather than the big gun. Yeah, it's got rifle pointing in the air and pointing forward with his, well, shooting with his pistol while pointing his rifle in the air with the pose. But what I'm going to do with this guy, we're going to take the dude at the top again. He's got to be pointing. He's a sergeant. And then after this one, we've got to make 870 different lieutenants. What's the Bracken point, man? Is that something that's might be worth considering? Joe might not mind if I change the design up a little bit. If it makes it look proper badass. Oh, kneeling with a point going on. Like that one there. You might be a bit bulky for the kneel. The hand flat, yeah. Rather than pointing with a finger. But do you know what? That's actually more practical for miniatures, that is, because oh, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Because pointing's a recipe for disaster, isn't it, with miniatures? Because you're going to snap the fingers off. I have heard that before, actually. When you point your finger at someone, you got one finger pointing at the target and the other three fingers pointing back at you. That sounds a familiar. Good stuff, man. That was me being discreet about it. Is that like a achievement unlocked kind of thing? This is going to totally screw up my leg pose now, this is. Or the gun pose, rather. What snacks you got, mate? What's your choices? Yeah, post some pics if you want, mate. Right, Riz, let's have a little look at your thing then. What you got?
Got some ice creams.
Some ice cream.
I mean, I can't see my screen properly. That's it. Alright. Got some colour of it. Just like biscuit, half biscuit, half ice cream, chocolate.
Hang on, let me bring this down onto the screen so people can see what we're talking about. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Here we go. Here's Riz choosing his snacks.
Mint ice cream. Pineapple.
Oh, pineapple looks good.
I think it's literally anise syrup. 33% pineapple juice.
I thought he was going to say it's just a slab of frozen pineapple.
They do that, actually. I think that's what it was at first. Got some Anchor. Do you know what Anchor is?
Nope, no idea. Looks like strawberry ice cream.
Red bean. They sweeten it with sugar. Probably got some more. Yeah.
That looks like a good old chocolate topped cornetto.
Cornetto. Yeah. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
We got this thing. These are like fucking 900 calories. This. Well,
I say it looks interesting.
But 347 calories. So that's the ice creams. Good people come back to that. Oh, there's some more ice creams here. See, even here you've got like your Haagen-Dazs.
I guess everywhere then. Do they have all the normal flavours or do they have like odd flavours? You got like a wasabi ice cream or anything?
I have nah. I know that there are places that sell that kind of thing.
Yeah.
These are all the standard, like cookies and cream. This one's like jasmine tea.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I'll give that one a go.
That one's sweet. It's like 400 yen. I don't know. I can't remember how much 400 yen is in pounds.
Let's have a check.
Jeez.
yen is £2.15 ish.
£2.15.
Yes.
Not bad actually. You might get a chocolate Amazon. Yeah, I'll get chocolate.
Here's the question is, did I do hobnobs?
About hobnobs, that's it. No, unfortunately no hobnobs. We got the top load.
Mm-hmm.
We got the pocky, of course. How can you be in Japan without pocky? These are so expensive now. Everything's gone up in price. These were like 120 yen before. They're like 185.
It's the same here. Everything's nearly doubled in prices. It's stupid.
Green what's that? Sweet potato candy. There's a lot of that here.
Sweet potato candy. No, that's something you would not find in the if you put it in the shops here, no one would buy that. Crunchy and get wild.
You got the sweet potato thing there. Chestnut biscuits. These are nice. I like these biscuits. So I'll get these.
Do you know this is mad? Everything there is just so alien to like what we have at home, isn't it?
Yeah. I bet there's some stuff at home though. They have little mini stickers.
Yeah, but are they about 18 quid? Is it like going and having the the American? You know when you get the you go to the British like sweet shops and they have all the American chocolates and Lucky Charms and all that kind of stuff, but they're about £8 a box. Kit Kat ice cream, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Ice cream Kit Kat.
Oh, ice cream flavoured Kit Kat. It's not actually an actual ice cream.
Definitely try all of it. They do have those Baskin Robbins Kit Kat as well. That's the good thing about the convenience. Like they always have like these little random Kit Kat flavors that come out at different times.
Have they got the wasabi ones, or have they stopped doing them?
No, there's no wasabi one. Everything's seasonal. It's weird.
Yeah, that's what it should be, really.
Like,
like how we only get Cadbury's cream eggs as you approach Easter.
Items that are really amazing. And then they stop selling them. You were.
It's like how we have Cadbury's cream eggs, don't we? And they only start selling them as they're approaching Easter, and then they stop for the rest of the year.
Yeah, kind of similar. Yeah. 82 grams.
Sorry guys, I know you're all watching for sculpting stuff, but I'm interested by Japanese shops.
You want to see? Yeah, see, even these places sell bread and shit.
Alright.
Different types of bread. There's the strawberry jam there.
Is that in like a yogurt tub? Is that in like a yogurt pot or something?
Yeah, it's weird, doesn't it? They're not usually in these kind of pots. You can still buy the glass ones, but for some reason, these ones are in a yogurt pot.
So that guy obviously on Instagram, he seems to always eat things in yogurt pots. Everything seems to be in like a little carton or a little tub.
Yeah,
chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookie. Well, I think I'm probably done. Well, which ice cream should I go for?
Something fruity. Oh, do you know that jasmine tea flavour one looked interesting. What's that?
Squid strips.
Is that squid jerky?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wow, these are like soft fried squid jerky.
Nice.
Yeah, you can buy these roasted almonds with
small fish. No, I'll be passing on that one.
Yeah. Fuck that shit. I really don't like those.
I like the way it's just called small fish. There's nothing more descriptive than that.
Yeah.
It's just a small fish.
There's an official name for them. I can't remember what they're called.
They look a bit like the
Alright.
white bait we get over here.
That's it, the white bait.
Yeah.
No, that's what they are.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is what they
white
are. I tell you, they're bloody disgusting. Everything's out.
bait. Yeah, that's up.
Do it, man. Is that the 900 calorie one?
It says 262 calories.
Ah.
How much is that? That's 226 calories.
That ain't bad going.
What about that mint one? I fancy mint, to be honest. If that's okay.
Of course, it's alright. It's your mouth.
Okay, to chat. Right, not getting what I said you were going to buy. Get some sparkling water. These are good. You find like just really random shit like this.
What are they?
Yeah. Oh, this is good. This is umeboshi.
I've heard of umeboshi. What is it?
It's like a plum alcohol.
Ah, right.
It's plum alcohol. It's really good. Man, I've got so much shit. I'm on a fucking bit of a crazy. I haven't ate all day much really, so you know when you get like.
Ah, so you've made the critical faux pas of going shopping while you're hungry.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just this macadamia nut cookies. Fuck yeah. I gotta think about my probably not going to sleep. I'll probably wake up and I said
I said you'll be on a sugar high when you're trying to sleep when you eat this.
these are really good. They're like gummies.
Hmm.
I think it's they're gummies. They're really soft, chewy candy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing. We've still got some Haribo, Super Mario Haribo.
Here's a question for you then: would you still, with all the kind of the different selection of stuff over there, would you still go for stuff that you find at home mostly, or do you tend to go for more like the local stuff?
Well, like I said earlier, it's like the jam and the bread. I wouldn't usually buy that anymore. Yeah, I don't know, man. If there's something that I miss or I like,
You get a proper craving for something.
Yeah, I think I should ask. Then I would get it. So I'm just thinking. So how much was that? That's 1,013 yen. What's that in English mean?
1,013.
Good. I got an English shopping machine.
£5.45.
£5.45. It's not bad.
That's not bad going for a snack run.
Yeah, considering how many snacks I bought. Why isn't it? I ain't got fucking
Is everywhere cashless over there now, is it? You still get a lot of places like.
It's getting a lot better. Yeah, very nice. Good day. Sorry.
What?
I think I accidentally locked the screen. It's getting a lot better. It never used to be, but more recently this place does these fucking sundaes, and they're really really good.
What is that in a box? Oh no, that's just a sign for them, isn't it?
And all the ice cream's really good as well. It's like fresh.
Yeah.
You know, like made in the store from Hokkaido cream, sugar. There's no like high fructose corn syrup in it. But yeah, there you go. That was my shopping trip. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for letting us join yours.
No worries.
Well, you got to get on your bike, ain't you now?
Yeah.
All right, mate. We'll catch you when you're back then.
Alright, see you in a bit.
See you in a minute, mate. How do I get out of here now? There we go. Joining Riz on a run to the shops in Japan. I want to go to a Japanese supermarket now. Just put a few markings on the rocks. Once I've done this, put a few little lines in there. We'll put some texture on there just to kind of break it up a little bit because he's the boss man. Is it good, Riz? I'm never normally a fan of minty ice cream, but I imagine Japanese minty ice cream would be a bit different to the kind of the stuff we have here. My daughter loves it actually, she's a massive fan. Willow absolutely loves mint ice cream. Strawberry ice cream is the only thing that will trump it for her, but 9 out of 10 times, give her the choice, she'll go straight in for the mint. Rock noise texture in here. This is from the Orb Cracks brush pack, rock detail. Have to boost this up a little bit if you're going to use it, because it and turn off. So you can use this either very subtly, where it'll just add a little bit of undulation to the surface and make it a little bit less smooth, or you can really go for it and crank the intensity right up and get some real kind of like, you know, rough rock shapes out of it. I tend to use it a little bit of both, so I tend to spam it across the surface just to kind of get a bit of a texture break. And then we'll just dynamesh with too low resolution on. There we go. The final thing I need to add onto this guy, oh, cock. Alarm going off telling me to wrap the stream up and get the gammon in. At pointy, give it a go, man. It's not as hard as you think. If you can start breaking things down into like primitive forms. Most of the things I do start out as spheres or cylinders. If you get yourself your hardware set up and stuff, I'm always happy to kind of give you a bit of an orientation and get you set up. Oh shit, no. Can't believe I did that. That was nearly catastrophic. Yeah, we were saying earlier as well, like the like Games Workshop with their sculptors, they employ painters, don't they? Most of the Games Workshop sculptors now, they're what do we call it? Heavy metal people who've been promoted into the thing. Yeah, do you know, actually you can like Zbrush is actually on a subscription now, mate. So it's not even on it's not even a what do you call it, a 700 quid purchase like it used to be. Anyone know how much, Rich, do you know how much the sub is for Max on for Zbrush now? No, they're not all former things, but most of the guys they train up are $4. That can't be right, can it? $40. That's more like it. I was going to say it's. So Max on license. Let's check it and see what it is in the UK. Zbrush, £26.90 a month. Oh, it sounds a lot, to be fair. £26.90 a month is quite hefty, but again, if you're making a living out of it, if it becomes a you know, a full-time thing, then 26 quid's not bad at all, is it really? And you think how much people can make out of selling models online. You only sell a few models to cover your license fee, and everything else after that's all good, isn't it? So. Well, I didn't want to say that, mate, but they want to say that online, but you have always got that option, of course. I mean, I don't even use the most current version anymore. I don't. It's the version I use is the 2022 version still. I haven't even upgraded to 2023. In fact, is my 2023 upgrade, is that part of my license, or do I need to pay for that one now? I don't even know how they've done it, so. Yeah, I'm not going to be paying for an upgrade on it. I mean, if I'm honest, I've got all the function out of Zbrush that I need now. So like upgrading for me it serves no purpose whatsoever. Unless they were doing something absolutely, you know, earth-shattering with the next version, I can't see I would need to jump on the bandwagon for it. Really annoy me having that thing kind of keep pulling the I mean, I'll be honest, man, the features since, I mean, the last significant feature I've made real use of was Dynamesh. And that was like 4R8 or something, wasn't it? It wasn't, that was quite a while back. You know, apart from maybe a few efficiencies or something like that, in terms of like the, you know, behind the scenes stuff, like functions and tools wise and stuff, I don't think there's anything I use in my workflows. I said before, you know, I had all these kind of grand ideas about using the what was the tool called now? The dynamic dynamic subdivision actually I do use, but that was Sculptress Promo, so whenever that was introduced, that came after Dynamesh. That was probably the last major thing I use. There you go, Rick, what do you reckon? So I just need to do anchor points. Do I use anchor points? I don't think I'll use anchor points, mate. How's that work? Let's get this dude snapshotted. He needs a new head, but I haven't got time to do that now because I need to stop the stream. You can put 2 points on mesh and move and rotate from those points. Oh, shit, what do they call that now? It's over here, isn't it? It's the, is it in geometry? Stager, that one. Home stage and target stage. Is that the one? No? Actually, to be fair, that actually is something that's quite useful if you get into the habit of using it. The gizmo actually, I keep adding things now that they've added. So like the gizmo here where you've got the oh, is it a new one that they've added on the latest version, or is it just something I don't use because it's hidden in the menu? Let's just get that and send it on to Mr. Joe. There we go. So I am actually really happy with these guys. Let's just do a quick save. And let's have a quick check and see. Oh, Mike is on today. Let's go and give Mike a little raid out. I've dropped into Mike for a while. Right guys, let's go and drop into Mike and I will leave you guys with it. Thanks for keeping me company today. I'm going to go and get Gammon on and I may be back with the stream tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure yet. I might have to do more of that secret commission yet, so we'll see. But guys, thanks again, and I will catch you all later, taters. Cheers all, and Rick again, thanks for the input today. Much appreciated, man. Right, later guys. Adios.